Hare Jai. Jai.
Radha Muralidhar 50th anniversary ki.
Jai.
The sweetness of Kirtan Ki. How about the sweetness of Shishi Radha Muralidhar?
Ki Jai.
Some special sweetness. I don't know, something about that last part when we started chanting. I was thinking there should be a new chant it's a hidden chant. It says Radha Vijay.
Oh, don't do that.
What do you think?
No.
There's something to that. I think we should just add that. And when you do Radha Muralidhar, then you just go Radha. There's something to it. Transitions are important, and we're transitioning from Cleveland to going to New Vrindavan and what's going to happen, and you know, a good gap in knowledge there if we don't know how that happened and how that came to be. And we're going to hear all the little intimate details, Nitya Prabhu, but like in the Ramayana, there's a bunch of bridge builders, and we've got a bridge builder over here, Doyle Ranga Prabhu, who's been building bridges ever since he stepped foot here, with people and relationships, and you know, people have never been bhakti to high-level execs. That's what Doyle Ranga just does. And so I'm going to ask him to just help us set the context a little bit more, to set the stage for Nitya Prabhu to take us home with that. Does that sound okay? So there's going to be a little katha, a little kirtan with Doyle Ranga Prabhu. I'm just setting you up for it, because I miss your kirtan, so I want to hear it, okay?
Yes.
Doyle Ranga Prabhu.
Not sure what I'm supposed to do. I just heard something about a bridge and executives. But there was, during lunch, some devotees were sharing a little bit. Some devotees know that Radha Muralidhar have a very unique history in our movement. Most deities that we know of and celebrate, Radha Madhava in Mayapur, Radha Shamsundar in Vrindavan, or Radha London Ishwar, or wherever it may be, or Radha Govinda, maybe they move temples, but they've always been in New York. Radha Muralidhar have been in several different places, and so one of the things which makes this festival so special is that different devotees from different yatras across generations are traveling here, whether it's from Cleveland, or some of them are now in Columbus, or in Vrindavan, or different points in New York City, in Brooklyn, and here in this building at 25 First Avenue, which wasn't always called the Bhakti Center. When I moved here some 17 years ago, it wasn't called the Bhakti Center at that time. And the deities used to be on the second floor. And at that time, we didn't even have really, it was kind of a under the radar little center. We didn't even have public programs here. One pujari would stay back, worship the deities, and we'd all go to Radha Govinda temple for festivals. So we were just a little brahmacharya ashram, some of you may remember. So I'm not here to speak into all of those stories quite yet. We'll get to the New York, about 25 First Avenue chapter later, and there's some juicy stories as well, and some, Radha Gopal was here, Jagadhar is here, Nagasaki was here, all well devoted here. But I'm just here to give a little bit, and I don't know all the super details, Nitya will share more with us. But just so people were asking, like, why did they leave Cleveland? And we're talking about Cleveland, and how are they here? And so they were here, they were in Cleveland, originally installed in Cleveland in 1974. And there was a letter that Nitya Prabhu had referenced that devotees wrote to Srila Prabhupada at the time, letting him know. It's kind of like sometimes, you do something and then you ask Guru's permission afterwards. Like you ask your parents' permission afterwards. Like it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. So Radha Muralidhar kind of came about that way. They sent the letter to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said, why haven't you installed deities? Like that's a really big deal to install deities. You need like pujaris and so many devotees to serve them. But he said, anyway, they're here, and he said, you may call them Radha Muralidhar. And so they were they were installed during Prabhupada's time, and Prabhupada they're giving everyone our blessing, but Prabhupada also gave his blessings for devotees to worship them. But the Cleveland Temple didn't stay open forever, and centers can be tough to run sometimes, and just lack of resources or just circumstances, the Cleveland Temple had to close. And so Radha Muralidhar at that time were brought to New Vrindavan in West Virginia. And they weren't worshipped on the main altar at the temple, but they were there in New Vrindavan. And then around in the 80s, there was a thought to start a project in a center here in New York. And they originally were brought to Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and the center was there. And when Radha Swami has a chance to speak, he's scheduled to speak tomorrow. He wandered in this morning. He didn't speak, but if he wanders in this evening, maybe he'll speak, whether it's tonight or tomorrow. He'll share the story that he actually drove them to New York in a van. And I won't say more than that because it's a very beautiful, humorous, loving story that only he can tell. That he brought them to Greenpoint, Brooklyn. And then eventually there was the desire to bring them into Manhattan. And the story goes that there was this really beautiful, affordable property in Brooklyn that they could have bought and built there as a project. But then there was also this building, which happens to be 25 First Avenue, just around the corner from 26 Second Avenue. And the devotees thought that's something special. So they took this building, which at the time was an old plumber's warehouse that had none of these walls, definitely the cow dung, but none of the walls, anything it was a gutted, empty building that devotees renovated from top to bottom, and Radha Muralidhar were brought here. And they were originally on the second floor in the temple room there, and then eventually in 2012 we built this third floor temple room, and they've been here being worshipped since, and we pray for many generations to come. And last year, I'll just end with this, there was a wonderful devotee, his name is Radha Muralidhar, who used to go to that center. He originally met devotees during Prabhupada's time. He took initiation later, but he met Prabhupada in Henry Street in New York. But he used to go to that center in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and do kirtan with Radha Swami at the time, the devotees, and see Radha Muralidhar there. And when he saw Radha Muralidhar here, because when Radha Muralidhar were on the second floor of this building, the altar was on that side of the building. And then when they built the temple, they moved the deities over here. And different people thought there was reasons like, okay, this space is a little bit bigger, whatever maybe. But he said, actual reason, from his perspective, is because if you know the block of the building, we're here, 26 Second Avenue is just directly that way. And so he said Radha Muralidhar wanted to forever gaze on the place where Srila Prabhupada started the movement. And so they're sitting here, and literally, if you just walk around the building, 26 Second Avenue is just as the crow flies right through there. So Radha Muralidhar forever gazing upon Srila Prabhupada's home turf where he began this movement, and they're here. We pray that they can be worshipped for generations to come. So when you hear stories from devotees, whether it's from Cleveland, many of the Cleveland devotees moved to Columbus, and so many of those devotees are now in Columbus, and there's devotees from Vrindavan, and of course there's devotees here in New York, and so we're grateful to hear from all of those devotees from across the generations and communities, and that's going to be the theme of now, and until then, Kirtan, we're going to have an Abhishek in a little bit, with the Chota Radha Muralidhar deities, and continue to talk, and so we would like to invite... Ready? We'd like to invite His Grace Nityadita Prabhu back up to speak. He gave us part one this morning, for those of you who were able to be here for part one. And he served and was there with Radha Muralidhar in Cleveland when they were first installed, and also in Vrindavan, and he's here with us now. So please welcome Nityadita Prabhu up to speak with us and share.
Nam Vishnu Vidaya Vishnu Sarvapade Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharte Nirvisesha Sudhivai Pascharya Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare.
Vanchakalpatrivasya kirvasanavyevacha patitanavdeyo Vaishnavyo. So happy to be here for this 50th anniversary and assembly of very eager devotees to hear and chant the glories of the Lord. When we do some service for Krishna, He's going to repay us back more than we can ever bargain for. We're never the loser. So I was explaining this morning how in 1976 I had proclaimed my attachment for Radha Muralidhar, wanted to stay with them, and I was a member of the Cleveland Yatra, and they had taken sick initiation from Srila Prabhupada at the time, and they were about the first deities that I was able to dress and serve intimately like that. So the next year, I found myself in a different temple that doesn't exist today either. Bloomington, Indiana, a very sweet temple, started by Brishikapi Prabhu. Didn't have installed deities, but we started a 99-cent all-you-can-eat prasadam program. There's a big university there, and we only had a small house. So my service as a brahmachari was to distribute these flyers on campus. Yeah, so my service to distribute these flyers on campus. Didn't know what the result was going to be, but the first day we had 150 students coming for prasadam. But we lasted about a month because it wasn't a restaurant and the government closed us down. So I stayed there for about 9 months, and then my heart's desire to go back to New Vrindavan was fulfilled, and I rejoined the Brahmachari ashram and used my second initiated pujari skills to dress Radha Vrindavan Nath regularly, being quite inspired by Radhanath Swami, who had dedicated so much of his energy to them, setting such a great example of how to be a pujari. You know the story that Prabhupada gave the example that pujari should never leave the deities. And when he was preaching to me in my first few days at New Vrindavan, when I hadn't committed to Krishna consciousness, he stopped me on the road and said, "Do you see that?" I said, "What is that?" "That there in the road." "What is it?" The road was all mud. You know, I didn't know. He said, "That's the line. I cannot cross this line to go because it'll be taking me too far away from the deities." So, you know, he was very much inspirational for all the brahmacharis and set a great example. A few years later, of course, he took sannyas at New Vrindavan, and we were engaging in a few types of activities. Myself, we were doing deity worship, and then we were also doing sankirtan, collecting for the community to build New Vrindavan, and also we were physically building New Vrindavan, working on the palace and other projects that provide a facility that is still there today. So those are my my two skills, so to speak. Doing construction, and I became a collector of sorts, maybe known for that. So, yeah, simultaneously Cleveland was having difficulties, but we didn't know about it because in those days there was no phones or cell phones or communication of what. Cleveland was having difficulty, and I was progressing, at least externally, and I accepted the renounced order became a sannyasi. And Radha was there for my ceremony and blessed me, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. But still, I had services in that field. So one of the services that I had was to create an ashram at the old Vrindavan farm, which had been abandoned at different times. So to recreate that ashram, that we were so much trained, so many devotees that are in prominent positions today were trained in that brahmachari ashram. Chandramali Swami, Varshana Swami, so many prominent devotees. Radhanath Swami, of course, was there. And so we wanted to try to recreate that. So this was in the mid-'80s, early '80s, whatever. And so I took it upon myself to form an ashram, brahmachari ashram again. We formed the brahmachari ashram, and we had these Gauditai deities. They were about the same height as Radha Muralidhar. Very simple. I think they were actually paper-mache deities. And so that we were doing that. And then we heard rumors about Cleveland having difficulties with the president, with the collections, with the deity worship. And we never put the two together. But because I had a connection with Radha Muralidhar, then it was suggested, well, why don't you bring Radha Muralidhar to Vrindavan? Since they can't stay, no one's maintaining them in Cleveland anymore. And so we worked really hard. Old Vrindavan Farm right now actually is under a Maha restoration project. It was a very simple building that was built in the 1800s, and we had to install a wood cook stove for the deities. We had to just clean the whole place up. It was really a mess. So we worked really hard to get it ready. Radha Muralidhar came to New Vrindavan. They didn't go to, they came to the old Vrindavan farm, and that's where we installed them, had a little ceremony, and they became the life of the brahmachari ashram again. And so we were trying to build an ashram youth college situation there. So there was some small cabins built and everything. It was a big dream to make it really a wonderful place with Radha Muralidhar in the center. When one time Pancha Duvita Swami came to visit, and he was standing in the temple room with Kirtananda, and the temple went over down, and they had taken darshan of Radha Muralidhar, and Pancha Duvita said, "This is the center of the universe," because Radha and Krishna, Radha Muralidhar are there. And so I got to personally serve them there, of course, and organize their worship. And at that time, His Holiness Varshana Swami was dressing Radha Vrindavan Chandra regularly. And we convinced him, not every day, but they were like had a day or two a week. But we convinced him to come up to the old Vrindavan farm and do one day a week for Radha Muralidhar. So Varshana Swami was very meditative and everything, and very devotional. So one day he came off the altar and he said to us, "Radha Muralidhar, they are a young Radha Vrindavan Chandra." Krishna is like 14 years old, not 16, and Radharani is like 12 years old, not 14. So he had that experience of being, very, a very sweet realization that he had, and he shared that with us. So, again, temples are hard to maintain. Even New Vrindavan is hard to maintain. And at that time, in the mid-'80s, there was a real financial shortfall. So, all the men were asked to go out and make a lot of Lakshmi to cover the shortfall. So, what happened was that temple that we worked so hard to establish and maintain and set up for Radha Muralidhar, that temple had to close. And the deities were moved just down the road. There was another house there that belonged to Kirtananda. And there was a beautiful altar built for Radha Muralidhar. It's partial of it is still there to this day. Yeah. So the deities were installed there, and it was regular worship, full deity worship, pujaris, cooks, just running out of that house. And devotees, Sankirtan devotees from different countries would come up and have darshan, and it was very wonderful, actually. As Prabhu was saying, at about that same time, a couple years later, there was a center in Brooklyn, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. It wasn't a center, actually. It was a Dwaita's apartment building. And in the basement, there was a small altar, really small altar, a small boarding ties. And Radhanath Maharaj used to go and do programs there to support Advaita and the devotees that would come from New Vrindavan to do services. So after the shortfall, the collections went on, and that was taken care of. So I needed another service because Old Vrindavan wasn't going to reopen up. Radha Muralidhar was there, being taken care of, and so I was assigned to work with the Greenpoint Brooklyn Center, where it was just a basement. So of course, I was thinking, wow, it'd be nice if we could bring Radha Muralidhar here, but it was only a basement. And there was no question of bringing them into a basement. But by Krishna's arrangement, the person that was renting the storefront, 1025 Manhattan Avenue, had their contract had ended. And so then we began to organize the devotees to renovate that little storefront. It was about half this size, I would say, into a temple that was fit for Radha Muralidhar and full deity worship. And that was a big endeavor. We spent several years collecting and renovating, setting up an altar. Carpenters from New Vrindavan built the altar by hand. And we had to put in a licensed kitchen because we were distributing prasadam, Tompkins Square Park, and St. Mark's Place. We had a center at St. Mark's Place also. So what happened was we prepared everything for Radha Muralidhar. Radha Muralidhar was in Kirtananda's house, full deity worship. So I went to him and said, well, it's time. We have a beautiful place to bring Radha Muralidhar in New York. It's ready. It's ready for them. And he said, oh, okay. What about a donation? I said, yeah, we can give you a donation. So he set some figure up that we would give a donation to New Vrindavan in exchange for the deities. I'm trying to remember the amount, but whatever it was between 25 and 50. Wow. Not dollars, but thousands of dollars. But so we had a team that was collecting. Took us a while. We made a garland with $100 bills. We brought it to Radha Muralidhar and offered to them. And the Swami said, oh, it's nice. I said, can we take the deities? He said, well, you donated for the deities, but what about their clothes and jewelry? Of course, this was a loving exchange. We were already collecting for New Vrindavan, and doing so many things for New Vrindavan. Even our preaching centers were established for that purpose. So then we got we needed to collect again. So a lot of devotees, collected. I wasn't, we had a team of devotees that were going out, collecting, maintaining the local center, and collecting to bring Radha Muralidhar here. Now I asked Radha Swami if he was going to if he was going to tell the story of bringing Radha Muralidhar to New York today. And he said, "No, you." But I don't know if he'll tell us that tomorrow. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So. So we made the donations, we got permission, and I was in New York, and Radha Swami at that time was doing college preaching, in between college preaching in America and also preaching in India, coming back and forth. So he got permission from Kirtana to bring the deities. So he had a van. A very wonderful van. It was called the Vrinda van. I don't know if anybody had ever been in that van. I know Das has been, right? The devotees have been in that van. And when you went into that van, it was actually Vrinda van. It was actually Vrindavan. There was a beautiful painted ceiling on it was a high ceiling in the van, and you had beautiful pictures of Prabhupada. And every little cupboard had some nectar, Prabhupada's books in one cabinet, Murti of Prabhupada in another, and beautifully done. So it's interesting because a few years before that, that same van had been used to transport Shri Radha Chandra. Radha Chandra were worshipped at, they were first installed at, Radha Chandra was first installed in Old Vrindavan, the original farmhouse. And then they were moved to Bahulavan and worshipped for many years there. Prabhupada came in 1976, he had darshan. Prabhupada came in 1976, yeah, he had darshan of Radha Chandra. 74, he had darshan of Radha Chandra. And 72 at Bahulavan. So they were worshipped for many years there. And then when we built the new temple, Radha Chandra Temple of Understanding, at the new complex, Radha Swami was the one who brought the deities in his van from Bahulavan to the new temple site. So it's that same van. If somebody can find that van, that would be awesome. But Brooklyn, Manhattan, these places are filled with very unusual people, drug addicts, prostitutes, thieves. I remember one time I parked my van outside 1025 Manhattan Avenue, and I went out in the morning to get the, it's 4 o'clock already. I went out in the morning to get the boxes of paraphernalia out of my van. And there was some guy I never saw before. He had already opened my van. He was unloading everything onto the street. And I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Oh man, this is your van? I'm so sorry." And he started putting it back in. He was ripping me off, Another time I went out to get my van, and I see my van being driven down the street by somebody. I start running after him. I call the Greta, let's run after this guy. So Greta puts, just like a street. He grew up in Brooklyn, so he got his black leather jacket. Hey,
Radha Jai.
Radha Muralidhar ki. So we chased him down, big fight. While he's fighting trying to take the van back, it turns out that the guy is one of his distant cousins. Everybody in New York is related to him in the neighborhood. So it's a very dangerous neighborhood, and but we were there preaching, and we had a desire to have Radha and Krishna come, Radha Muralidhar. And so Radha started from New Vrindavan with the deities. He drove all night and came to the neighborhood there, 1025 Manhattan Avenue, and he parked outside. And it was too late. None of the devotees were awake. Nobody really knew because we didn't have phones in those days, or we just didn't communicate very well. So he's sitting outside the van with Radha Muralidhar in the van. He's sitting in the van, and it's late at night. So he figures, I have to take rest. He slept on the floor. The deities were on the benches. And while he's in the van, somebody's trying to break into the van. Somebody's grabbing the door, trying to break in. You can hear it, Somebody knocking on the van, trying to break in. So he didn't know what to do. If he yelled at him, then they might get more agitated. So he thought, let me scare them. So he started barking like a dog. When he tells the story, I was Radha Muralidhar's dog. I was guarding them. And when he barked like that, then the thieves ran away into the night. The next morning, the devotees brought Radha Muralidhar into the center there, 1025 Manhattan Avenue. And we had a wonderful festival that some devotees, Prabhupada disciple, Lohitaksa and Rasagya, they came, they performed beautiful drama for the pleasure of the deities, and it was beautiful kirtan, a wonderful feast. And the deities came and stayed at 1025 Manhattan Avenue for a few years. Again, that place closed down, and they must have been there about, 94 to, when did they come here? About 2003 maybe they came here first. So we had worked really hard to bring the deities to Old Vrindavan, closed down. We worked really hard to bring the deities to Brooklyn, then it closed down. And then I was thinking, my God, what's going to happen with Radha Muralidhar? And I got called back to New Vrindavan in the middle 90s to do service there. But when I visited after some time, when the deities were moved to this building, they weren't always up here. They weren't always on the second floor. They were, what was the floor we had prasadam on?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, there was a front room there. I came to see the deities after establishing such a beautiful temple, and the deities were behind a plastic curtain, and the whole building was dust. It was all being renovated, and I was very sad to see that situation. But Krishna had a plan. That's all I can say. Krishna had a plan, and gradually, this beautiful temple here was made on the second floor. Like he was telling it, the temple was made on the second floor. The deities were installed there, or place there. I don't know, it was an installation ceremony, I don't know. Was there ever an installation ceremony for deities in this building?
They did it when we brought them up here, I think we
It was,
we didn't do anything to get them to the second part. Wasn't a big festival.
okay.
And then up here we had a huge.
Oh, when you had them up here, okay, so there was, so, you know, I think, I got brother wrote that little pamphlet, what's it called? Gods of the Hood. So they went from East Cleveland, which was the hood, to, you know, Brooklyn, which was the hood, and I don't know, is this considered the hood here? I guess once you go down a little, like from the temple here. So, you know, Krishna's plan to give mercy. The deity form of the Lord is the mercy incarnation, Archabhidna, to give all Ganesha souls a chance to take their darshan, to render some service, to sing for them, to make garlands for them, to cook for them, to speak their glories. We are also fortunate that we are in their presence and trying to remember their pastimes. Like I said, these deities are very unusual in that they've traveled a lot, but now I think they are home.
Haribo!
Sisi Radha Muralidhar ki jai. Thank you so much.
Itirita Prabhu ki.
Jai.
So, Radha Muralidhar made it to 25 First Avenue. We're up to that point now. And the building, we've heard the story already from listening, there was an old plumbing warehouse, and you saw him behind the curtain. There's some details to that I want to know more about, but behind the curtain, it's all dusty. Doesn't sound like there was full worship happening at that time. There was something going on. And at that moment, there was no such thing as the Bhakti Center for sure. This place was called the Sanctuary. So the Sanctuary eventually transforms into the Bhakti Center. And I want to ask Ganesham if he could come and speak a few words on a bit of the transformation from the Sanctuary into the Bhakti Center. Ganesham Prabhu ki jai.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravan Vishesha Shunyavadi Pashitani Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So beg for the blessings of the assembled devotees, Prabhupada's disciples here. This is a beautiful festival, hearing from all of you the history. And I don't know what I'm doing as having a part in the history, but here I am. I'm grateful to share my little experiences too. So I just beg for your blessings and permission to speak something. Actually, so in the year, for myself, in the year 2000, I was at a university in Jersey City, and I would go to the library and look at the spiritual section. I was kind of into religion and spiritual things, so I saw this gigantic book. I could see it was one book, but it was like, how many parts? 13, 14, 15, 16 parts. So it was Prabhupada's Bhagavatam. So I was just curious, what is this gigantic spiritual book? And I picked it up and I looked in the back and I saw Prabhupada's face. People have shared today, just the first time seeing Prabhupada's face, the beauty. I didn't quite see it in that way. I didn't see, wow, he's so beautiful, but I thought, well, who is this person to write such a gigantic book? That's what interested me. I thought maybe he was the author at first, the original. But in the back of the book, they have a listing of all the temples. So I looked in the back, and I saw New York, 26 2nd Avenue. And I was in Jersey City, like 20 minutes away. So I just put that in my mind. Okay, there's a temple of this book or whatever it is, and so I hopped on the PATH train and came to 26 2nd Avenue, and that's when I met devotees, and they were giving classes on the Bhagavad Gita. So I started attending those classes, so that's kind of where I met devotees and started attending classes. Was at 26 2nd Avenue. And the devotees there told me after a few days, "Do you like this food, this prasad?" I said, "Of course, it's great." They said, "Well, there's a restaurant." So they said, "There's a restaurant right around the corner that has prasad." And they said there's also deities there. I didn't know what the deities were when I heard that word, like many of you also described. First time, what are deities? I guess I'll just go and check it out. So I came around and I sat down, I had a meal. This is like 2001, 2002, something like that. And so I just had something to eat, and then I said, "Are there deities?" Something like that. I said, "On the second floor." So I came up by myself, left the restaurant, went up to the second floor, and I walked in. And the first deities I saw were Radha Muralidhar. And I always remember thinking, like, who's this girl? Like, I know Bhagavad Gita, Krishna's like, I thought he was like a warrior, and like, was this his wife? Or like, you know, again, brand new. This is like a few days after reading some of Bhagavad Gita. I thought he was a warrior, so I saw him with a flute and a girl next to him, and I'm like, all right, that's Krishna? Like, you know, where's the bow and arrow? I remember this. And you know, Radharani, she's been painted a few times since that time. And now she looks, I would say, more mature. But when I first saw her, I thought she looked like an 11-year-old girl. It was so simple and sweet and just young. You know, even now you can see these deities are very youthful. You know, sometimes Radharani has different forms and different looks like that. But I thought, this is like an 11-year-old girl with Krishna. Like, what is this? What is this? But very beautiful. I was definitely thinking how beautiful. So anyway, that was my first encounter with Radha Muralidhar. And a couple years later, I moved into the ashram, which was not here, which was a little apartment. First we were on 4th Street, and then we moved to 3rd Street. And there was just 4 of us at the time, and we were taking care of 26 2nd Avenue, the programs. And then we were, this is 4 of us, Yagya Purush Prabhu, Gadadhar Pandit Prabhu, Radha Vallabha Prabhu, and myself. And so we were doing programs at 26 2nd Avenue, and then the devotees that were here, you know, Radha Muralidhar, they just needed help. They needed help, and their services weren't going on so, you know, proper according to standards and things like that. So we were asked at some point if we can come and help serve them. And so we were encouraged to just, like, you know, maybe more offerings, more, you know, since there's a few brahmacharis just around the corner, they thought, well, we should have these brahmacharis come and help. Gosh, you should rather move on. So we were just invited to come and to do a little service. And I remember I came to check out the scene first. I saw them once before, but I came in here, it was like 3 or 4 p.m. And I saw that before the deities, there was just 1 plate of khichdi, just sitting there. Nobody was there, nobody was coming in and out, just a plate of food there. And I came the next day again, a different time, another just 1 plate of khichdi. So, you know, at that time, they were just getting served 1 plate of khichdi a day. So, you know, I think a lot of us are sharing also that they're very merciful, very, you know, whatever we were going through and all the changes that took place here and all the hardships and challenges, they were just accepting whatever little came and just always blissful, you know, always smiling and always looking so sweet and lovely. But obviously at that time, you know, the standard was low, and so that's why we were asked to come and to do a little service at that time. Also, I'll share that at that time, I was given the opportunity to meet Radha Swami for the first time. So Yogi Prabhu told me, there's a Swami coming, and would you like to talk to him? And I thought, yeah, that'd be great, you know. I was new and hadn't really met too many people yet, so Radha Maharaj came at that time. And I remember I sat with him and I asked him a question. And I appreciated the answer, so I'll share with all of you so that maybe you can find some inspiration. This was at 4th Street apartment. So we had an apartment first on 4th Street. And Radha Maharaj came there, and I asked him the question, how do I become more determined? How do I become more determined in spiritual life? And he shared the story of his mother. He said, when my mother learned that when she occasionally smoked a cigarette, when she learned that that was affecting her son, Radha Swami, because she was told at some point that there was some issue with breathing or his lungs, and maybe because the doctor said maybe because you're smoking, it's interfering. And when she heard that, she just decided then and there, I'll never smoke a cigarette for the rest of my life again. I'll never smoke again. So he used this as an example of determination. He said, determination, you think you don't have it, but you have it, but it has to come out of, there has to be love for something or for someone, and then you'll find that you have determination. You know, it's not just like your willpower that I'm going to push myself and get more determined, but when you actually have a reason to be determined, and there's a reason of love for someone or for something. So he said, if you gradually, you know, continue to follow Krishna consciousness and you can develop a little love for Krishna, then you'll find you also have determination. So, yeah, just a nice message he shared with me my first time really meeting a Swami. Second Swami I ever met. First was Danadar Swami, and then it was Radha Swami. So, anyway, we were coming here and doing service for Radha Muralidhar, and then we were also asked at some point, they were just inviting us to really be here and live here and just take on the service fully. So, you know, we just then moved into this place, and it was very different back then. So much was, I don't know what was going on. It was, the deities were on the 2nd floor, and every other room was like these little rooms with curtains separating as dividers, you know, it was like, and people were, you know, renting spaces and using it. So it was a very different scene. The deities at that time was just like a little warehouse. It was like a warehouse. There was just boxes in there closed. The restaurant was closed at this point. So we just, you know, Radha Muralidhar, you know, when there's emergency situations, sometimes you can do things that are not so proper. So I wasn't even initiated. What to speak of second initiation, and I was already on the altar doing little things and helping out and assisting, because it was kind of like, I would say at that time, none of us had the character of a pujari, the 4 brahmacharis. None of, maybe Radha Muralidhar had kind of an inclination, but the rest of us were like, all right, we're full-time taking care of these deities. It didn't feel like we were all so good at that, so we were all on the altar just helping each other out and trying to serve them. And they, again, very mercifully accepted that service, even though it wasn't so proper. I wasn't even initiated. I'm, you know, trying to figure out how to make a turban and things like that. So they allow. We've come a long way. You know, once Vasudeva Prabhu came, someone who really has the inclination and really embraced the role of a pujari and just took on so much, and then all the quality of the seva increased, and the dresses and the offerings increased, and things became very much higher standard, and offerings of love. So, but those first few, you know, months especially, we were just struggling to figure out what we were doing. And but this is my, you know, when I think of Radha Muralidhar, this quality, Krishna has a beautiful quality that he himself expresses in the Bhagavad Gita. He says, verse. Patram pushpam phalam toyam Yome Bhaktya Prayachati. That if you, Krishna says, just offer me one flower, one leaf, a little water, and I accept it. It's just accepting what's very little. So I felt like Radha Muralidhar for so many years from us was just very little was coming, but it was all accepted. And Krishna is always there, always there on the altar, just smiling and happy. And this quality is very special and very merciful that they have. They've seen so many things, so many strange things, so many changes here in the Bhakti Center, so many people that came and went. I remember one time, Mangalarti in this area, the bars are letting out when Mangalarti starts. Okay, so like we'd be singing like Sam Sarada, glass breaks, fight breaks out, ambulances are coming outside the window, it was very common. There's bars here and bars here. And so it was like they're in a wild place here in New York. And, people were coming in sometimes just randomly from the bar. The bars are let out. What's that going on over there? Doors were open. People walking in. I remember this one man walked in. It's just, shirt was open. He had this big silver chain. It was like a dog chain or something. It was this huge thing. And he walked in and he said, "Where's Tulsi Devi?" And we were chanting japa. This is right before Mangalarti. And we were like, "She's right there." And he goes, "Tulsi!" He starts running at her. We had to get up from him. We jumped up and tackled him in the middle of the temple room and stopped him. We don't know what he was going to do and held him down, called the police. But he knew Tulsi. Yeah, we called the police. No, he was running hard. I think he was going to I don't know. We had to hold him. He was struggling. Keshavacharya Prabhu was there at the time. He's the one, holding him down. But he was fighting to get out, and we just didn't know what to do. So, yeah. So anyway, a lot of times from the bars into the temple, and we were just trying to handle all this and figure out what was happening. But this is Radha Muralidhar, that they're very liberal and very merciful and very much accepting and allowing of so many things. And I think under the guidance of Radha Swami through the years, the quality just kept increasing and improving to where it's come to a place where they're really receiving as they should be receiving. But even in those days, they received. I felt like they received. And, the deities teach us this, which is really beautiful power that the deities have. That we have so much going on in our own minds. I have my own drama, and we come before the deities with prayers and please let this happen or take this away. And we're going through so much stuff, but they're always just there, like blissful, happy, peaceful. They have their pastimes, and really, instead of figuring it all out within our own minds, we just have to shift our consciousness to appreciating them, appreciating that, appreciating their pastimes, appreciating the teachings connected. So really to rise above all of this drama in my own life. The Bhagavatam calls this religion. Most religion that people practice is called manodharma, the religion of the mind. But we're always in our own minds, with our own worries and fears and my attachments and things around me. This is like a kind of self-worship. It's also like a religion about myself. But if we could shift from there and just see the deities, look at whatever I'm going through, look, they're always happy. Radha Muralidhar are always beautiful, lovely, smiling and pleased and happy. If I can make that shift from this consciousness in my own mind, with my own issues, and just place my mind at the feet of the beautiful deities who are always in a state of bliss, then we find ourselves being able to handle more what's going on within myself and to rise above those obstacles that are there. So that's something I've learned from being around deities, is just let your mind flow there in appreciation and love. And this is the beauty of the deities. They give that opportunity because they're always, whatever you're going through, whenever you come to see Radha Muralidhar, they're going to be beautiful, lovely, merciful. So let your consciousness flow in that direction. And we'll see that by doing that, we're developing our love and we're overcoming all anarthas and obstacles within our own hearts. So just wanted to share, through the years, seeing so many things that have happened here, so many changes, so many struggles, but this is the real shelter, is to shift our consciousness. Bhakti means to shift your consciousness towards the Lord in 9 ways: hearing, chanting, remembering. So, thank you for the opportunity to share a few words. Really grateful to be here with all of you, and just these pastimes, and Radha Vijay, your pastimes, Mother Kamagiri, Nitya all of you shared so beautifully. I'm glad I'm sharing now and not right after all of you, because my heart was already like melting so much that I was like dazed, so I needed a little time to come back, gather my thoughts and share. But grateful for what all of you have done to begin with. We're like living off just the remnants of your service and your sacrifice. The devotees that have come later here in New York and these later pastimes of Radha Muralidhar, but if it wasn't for your sacrifices and your service and your devotion, we wouldn't have this opportunity to serve them. And so I'm just happy to somehow be within this whole process of serving Radha Muralidhar for a short time. Thank you.
Kanisham Prabhu ki
Jai.
Thinking of the stick when he was saying Manodharma. He was saying we have an idea of the mind. I was thinking how beautiful it was when Nitya was saying, you just got a stick, and he started worshiping that stick, making it beautiful for Krishna. So we're going to make a beautiful call for Krishna. We're going to go into the Abhishek now. So let's all call and chant together. Nanda Govinda, Chitta Gopi, ready to rock and roll? Shri Prahlad, come on up. Come on up. We're going to have some beautiful kirtan. Give it your all. And by the way, if you haven't figured out, this is the family reunion. So if you didn't hear that to begin, this is a family reunion. So you can just fist bump your neighbor. Say, welcome to the family.
Muralidhar Radha, Muralidhar Radha.
Just serve the shining couple, Shri Radha Muralidhar, like attractive gold and sapphire, holding a pink clay lotus and a flute, wearing a thick, pure braid and a brilliant peacock feather, wearing red and yellow cloth, engaged in pastimes of love in the bowers of Sri Vrindavan. Jaya Radha, Muralidhar Radha, Muralidhar Radha.
Radha, Muralidhar Radha,
Jaya Radha Muralidhar Radha Muralidhar Haribo, Haribo.
Mother commandeering. Mother commandeering. And only.
Haribo, Haribo, Haribo.
Jaya Radha Muralidhar Radha Muralidhar Radha.
Jaya Radha Muralidhar Radha Muralidhar Radhe.
Jaya Haribo, Haribo.
Situated on the head of all good fortune, having attained unequal good fortune, sought even by Lakshmi, the creepers, absorbed in great rapture, within an ocean of intense joy, which expands by the touch of Radha and Muralidhar's sweet lotus hands and feet, all rejoiced in Vrindavan.
Radha Muralidhar Radha
May my heart absorbed in the great ocean of prema for Radha and Muralidhar, absorbed in the shoreless ocean of beautiful gold and black limbs, completely intoxicated, drowning in an ocean of full, sweet beauty, never be afflicted by Maya or ignorance. Jaya Radha, Muralidhar. overwhelmed with prema in Vrindavan, singing about the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Muralidhar, experiencing in my heart immovable bliss on realizing them, rebuking all material enjoyment, and crying loudly, "Oh dear Krishna."
Everyone all together, Hare
Muralidhar, situated in the bower, agitated by cooing of cuckoos mixed with buzzing of bees, in the flowering forest groves of Sri Vrindavan. where Radha and Muralidhar, who are oceans of good qualities, the most astonishing, unequaled youthful couple, walk in great joy with their lotus feet, flowing with great sweetness that makes even nectar taste useless. I meditate on Radha and Muralidhar, sweet in form, generosity, age, and pastimes, who are constantly served by groups of dear, joking sakis, who always offer attractive garlands, betel nut, and cosmetics in a jeweled pavilion under the shelter of a kadamba tree on the banks of the Jamuna.
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Just see the sweetest glances, words, limbs, and activities of the auspicious couple Radha and Muralidhar, whose limbs become overwhelmed with the ever-increasing rasa of love because of their eternally manifested, sweet, astonishing, youthful beauty. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I love everybody. Ki. Oh, Hare Krishna. It keeps going. We're in the pastimes now. We're gonna bring up. So we've made it from Brooklyn to New York City, from the sanctuary to what is the Bhakti Center. And there's another personality that saw that transition as well, from Greenpoint to the Bhakti Center, and that is Venkatapati Prabhu.
Haribo.
So we're going to request Venkata Prabhu to come and share a little bit of nectar in these pastimes. Just so you know, there is, if you're feeling warm, if you're feeling whatever it may be, there's an overflow room down in the second floor. You can watch it, you know, it's online, it's all that stuff. And it has nice audio and it's air conditioned. Just letting you know. And we're going to request we do a little slide yoga again. We're going to slide a little bit forward as much as you can. We're going to bring everybody here to hear about Shishi Radha Muralidhar. So Venkata Prabhu, he's going to share. We're going to request Rastanath Prabhu to share, to take us right up to the present moment. Venkata Prabhu, please give him a beautiful round of applause.
Om Ajnanasya Gyananjana Shavakaya Chakshurunditam Yena
I was trying to grasp a cup of water, but it's too hard. Yeah. You think you can grasp one? You know there is the fountain.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Govinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna. Wow, it's really hard to be up here and not feel overwhelmed.
Thank you. You're great.
I heard Kanesham Prabhu speaking and just saying how he was feeling so moved and almost like it's really overwhelming. I thought, well, that's Kanesham Prabhu. He's a really soft-hearted, emotional person, but that's not going to happen to me. But here we are. So I really appreciate the way that this is framed, this journey. But anything involving Muralidhar is going to be not a straight road, but a crooked one. Everything about him is crooked. Did you notice that? So our story, I think, we're going to have to go back. So I'd like to take us back to New Vrindavan. So my own, by Krishna's inconceivable arrangement, my own introduction to Krishna consciousness, to bhakti, to the assembly or the Sangha of devotees, happened through New Vrindavan at a time where I think I wasn't able to hear all the earlier speakers, but I think some of the speakers may have mentioned there was some history there where at the time New Vrindavan was not part of ISKCON. And so my connection to the devotees came through New Vrindavan, and I fell in love with Radha Vrindavan Chandra. And I fell in love with Radha Vrindavan Chandra's devotees in New Vrindavan. And some of them, when they found out that my family had visited, we were living in New York, and when they found out that we lived in New York, and I asked how I could keep this connection going, they recommended, some devotees recommended, that I visit a temple in Brooklyn, but in a part of Brooklyn called Greenpoint, which we've heard about already a little bit, on Manhattan Avenue. And so I'm not sure of the exact year, it might have been 1992 or 1993, maybe 1993. It was Janmashtami. And I really had this strong desire to visit this temple on Janmashtami. And somehow, I think maybe because of the calendar, because sometimes the calendar is a little bit off. So Vaishnavas and other lineages, they celebrate on different days. So this particular day that was Janmashtami, according to the Vaishnava calendar, my family wasn't doing anything. And I really wanted to go, and I kind of made up my mind that I was going to go. But I was really young. I was a little bit younger than my daughter is now. I was like a teenager, a tweenager. And my parents had spent a lot of time in New York. And when my mother found out, my mother is here, when my mother found out that, when she heard the address, she knew just by the address, this was a rough part of town. And I think Nitya Prabhu has spoken, other devotees have spoken about. My memory, at least, was that it was a really rough part of town. And so when my mother heard this, she said, "You are not going alone." And I said, "I'm going." And she said, "You're not going." And I said, "I'm going no matter what. Like, I'm going." And she said, "Well, then I'm coming with you." So my mother didn't drive. We lived in Queens. We both got on the subway. And we took the train to Greenpoint. We walked and we came up to Manhattan Avenue, and I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't seen pictures. There's not really no internet widespread at that time. There was no way of being connected. So we came to this kind of storefront part of a building, and the doors were wide open right on the street. And so my first darshan of Radha Muralidhar, I was still on the street, standing on the street, because it was just all open to the street. And then of course we came in, and I was shocked that I was expecting a big festival, but there was no one there. Actually, there was one devotee. Her name was Leela. She was the pujari, and she was on the altar, and she was offering arati, or maybe making an offering, just about to offer arati to Radha Muralidhar. And it turns out that all of the crew, I don't know if it's a skeleton crew, but the crew of devotees had all gone to Radha Govinda for the Janmashtami program. So here I was thinking, forgive me, I was thinking, I'm not going to go to that Radha Govinda temple. I'm going to go to Radha. But everyone from Radha Muralidhar was actually at Radha Govinda, except for this one pujari. But anyway, we were there, and so she was so hospitable, and she welcomed us. She said, "Well, I'm about to perform the arati, so please stay for arati." And she performed the arati, and she sang a little kirtan while she performed the arati. And then afterwards, she came off the altar and she gave us garlands, and there was no feast, there was nothing. So she brought us just some hot milk, maybe a little maha and some hot milk. And she sat with us and just told us stories of Krishna. And so this was my first experience of Radha Muralidhar's mercy. And the altar there was practically no separation between the temple room and the altar. You could walk, my memory is you could walk right up to the altar, right? It was very, very close. And there was no one else there. There was a very simple, homely type of atmosphere. So I remember going up and just having this really amazing, deep, full darshan of Radha Muralidhar. They were so beautiful. Krishna was really bluish. And Radharani was it's like the snow. And I remember it just, maybe it was just the way she was dressed, but she looked so slender. I mean, she still looks slender, but even more, I just remember her looking really, really slender. And I remember there was, there's so many beautiful memories. But I remember being really struck by and feeling that these were the most beautiful deities I could ever imagine. This is the most beautiful deities, forms, just beautiful anything, beautiful everything that I had ever experienced. And as soon as I felt that, there was a little bit of a hiccup in my heart, there was a little bit of fright, because in those days, at least, it was really strongly believed in New Vrindavan that Radha Vrindavan Chandra, there was no one, nothing, no deities anywhere that could even compare to Radha Vrindavan Chandra. And the little that I had been taught was like, that was an established fact. So if you contradict that, you're in trouble. And suddenly I'm having this experience of like, I felt like unfaithful or something. So that was a little bit, I was like, I need to figure this out later. I don't know, I need to. But this devotee, Leela, she sat with us, she told us so many stories, and then it was getting a little bit late, and of course, Manhattan Avenue after dark is like a whole other beast. So we knew we had to leave pretty soon. We weren't going to stay very long. We had to get back. And so we left, but as we were leaving, or just, I think as we were leaving, this devotee, she very enthusiastically, she went to the bookshelf. There's like a bookshelf with just kind of a collection of books, like old books there. And she grabbed a book off the bookshelf and she said, wait, you've come to Muralidhar's temple on his birthday, and he wants to give you a gift. And so she gave me this book, and the book was the little abridged biography of Srila Prabhupada. It's the black cover with the black and white picture, and it says, Prabhupada, he built a house in which the whole world could live. I think it's either that or Your Ever Well-Wisher, but it was that little black paperback version, the abridged Lilamrita, that's March. She gave me this book, and up to this point I had heard about Srila Prabhupada, and I was starting to learn, but I never knew the whole story of Srila Prabhupada. So we went back, and I think I started on the train, I started reading that book, and we got home, and I couldn't put this book down. And I just stayed up all night reading that book. And then daylight came, and it was the morning, and then I finished the book, and I just decided, this is the path for me. This is where I want to be. I want to be in the family of Srila Prabhupada and his devotees, and especially of this Radha Muralidhar. But I still had this problem, this misgiving, so I quickly, the first chance I could, we didn't have email or anything, so I wrote a letter, I handwrote a letter to my Shiksha Gurus in New Vrindavan, and I explained the difficulty, and then whatever, in a week's time or a couple of days, I checked the mail and there was a reply. And the reply just completely satisfied me. Do you want to hear the reply?
Yeah. Haribol.
The reply was, there is no contradiction, because Radha Vrindavan Chandra are their lordships when they are adults. But that same Radha Vrindavan Chandra, when they're in the form of youth, of teenagers, they're Radha Muralidhar. And I actually held on to that for years, and I actually thought, well, this is just something that these devotees were saying to like pass by my heart. But then later I actually found out that at least I found something that Varshana Maharaj had said where he made that statement, and there were some Shastric references also, so I felt like, wow, I was being let into this secret that time. So then I was hooked, and I was like, I need more. I need my Radha Muralidhar fix. But it's a long story, but my family at that time, they weren't so thrilled with their teenage son
getting into all this kind of weird Hare Krishna stuff. So going to the temple, it's like a visit for Janmashtami was one thing, but going repeatedly just wasn't in the cards for me. But I figured out that sometimes my high school, or I think it was junior high school, but they would have these half days sometimes, and the parents wouldn't know about it, so I wouldn't tell the parents about it. So what I would do is I would take the subway from Manhattan, which is where I was going to school, and go over to Brooklyn, and I would just come over after school or during these half days. And this small crew of devotees they just got to know me and started engaging me in various services. So one I remember was, they said, would you like to make muffins for Radha Muralidhar? So I never cooked anything or baked anything a day in my life. And I was like, can I really? And it was a simpler, as other devotees have mentioned, right? Simpler standards, a little bit more like being in a home. So they said, yes. And they engaged me, and I made these muffins for Radha Muralidhar, and we offered them, and everyone had these muffins. Everyone's like, my name was Vineet. They said, Vineet, these are the best muffins ever. They were like talking about these muffins, like Radha Muralidhar are so happy. Do you see how much they're smiling eating these muffins? And they're made these amazing muffins. And I was like, I made these amazing muffins. Maybe I'm meant to be this like, chef for Krishna, you know, trying to figure out what my eternal service was for Krishna. Maybe I'm meant to cook in Radha Rani's kitchen. Oh, this is amazing. And I ate some of his muffins. They're the most terrible, disgusting things I had. They were like gross. I think I forgot to sweeten them. I think I put baking powder. So I don't know, it was really, I can still remember the like awful taste of it. These devotees all like conspired to, the higher principle was just to encourage me. I was just this kid that needed encouragement, and that's what Radha Muralidhar's temple was to me. It was just this place of constant encouragement, where I could just go and do the littlest service, and everyone acted as if I was like some, I'd been sent by, personally by Krishna to serve. It was like just the amount of love. Hospitality doesn't even cover it. Just the amount of love and acceptance that I received there was just completely heart-melting. Anyway, through the arrangement of time and so many things, there were so many shifts, and there was a very kind of painful shift that happened, big growing pains, and those growing pains affected me as well, even though I wasn't physically at New Vrindavan all the time, but I was keeping in touch with those devotees, and when that shift happened, I also felt it, and took shelter of Radha Govinda and their devotees. Actually, this is a little tangential, but I used to wear my bead bag to school because I thought that's what devotees are supposed to do. You're supposed to, there's a strap, you're supposed to wear it. So I thought you always just wore it. So I just used to wear it to school every day and just chant in between classes and things. And I was walking into the school building with this bead bag on, and another student saw me and said, like, are you a devotee? I was like, I think so. You should come to Radha Govinda Mandir. And that was a wonderful godbrother of mine now. Then his name was Pradyumna, now Ananda Prabhu. So we went to the same school, so he saw me and he invited me, and we started coming to Radha Govinda and just kind of became part of the community of Radha Govinda. But I was always missing Radha Muralidhar. And just as wonderful of an experience as it was. And then, of course, Radha and Chandra were always there. We were going back to New Vrindavan and seeing them in their adult forms. I was just always missing Radha Muralidhar. And then one day, I think this was in 1995 by this point, with the same friend, Pradyumna, after school. So I think by this point, devotees, I think Dayananda Prabhu was maybe heading up programs at 26 2nd Avenue. And so devotees were doing these programs at 26 2nd Avenue. And so Pradyumna and I, we went, our high school wasn't too far, it was like a 20-minute walk. So we decided we would go one day straight from school, and we would walk over and we would get to 26 2nd Avenue and attend the program. So we walked, and we were actually there a little bit early, so the storefront was still locked. So we were like, what do we do now? I don't know, let's just walk around. So we were just walking around in the area, and we walked around, we looped around the block, and suddenly I saw this friend of mine from New Vrindavan named Bhagavan, or everyone called him Buggy.
Yeah.
Sukhavada's son.
Yeah.
I saw Buggy. Buggy, what are you doing here? And we kind of embraced, and we saw each other, and he said, I'm doing construction. Construction where? Oh, we're making this temple. You want to come see? So he brought us to 25 First Avenue, which was actually a construction site. It was a gutted out building in 95. I think I'm getting, I might be mixed up on the dates, but as I remember, it was gutted out, and it was like an actual construction site. And he brought us in, and he said, do you want to have darshan? Darshan of who? Radha Muralidhar. Do you want to have darshan of Radha Muralidhar? Radha Muralidhar here in a construction site? And he brought us up. I don't even know how we got up to the second floor. There must have been some rickety steps or a ladder or something. I mean, it was really like crawling through a construction site. That's what it felt like. And we got to the second, I guess the second floor. And as others have described, there were these plastic sheets. You kind of like had to like make your way through the plant. And let us there. And there were my Radha Muralidhar again. They were there. There was this beautiful reunion. And then, of course, in time, a building was made, and then we started coming to the sanctuary, and we'd come in and we'd have wonderful meals at the sanctuary, and then we'd say, can we go up and have darshan? And we'd go up and we'd have darshan, and it felt like a reconnection, and we felt like, okay, there's some, we didn't know how, when, we didn't know how all this craziness would work out, but at least there was some hope that Radha Muralidhar were back in our lives. Then, of course, there's a history which others can share better than I, but how Krishna had his own, Muralidhar had his own inconceivable plan for bringing worlds together and communities together. And I couldn't imagine in my wildest dreams that one day I would be part of a community that was as amazing as this one, with Radha Muralidhar at the center. It was like every dream I had as a 13-year-old, 14-year-old come true. Radha Muralidhar were the first deities that accepted some little service, some broken, faulty, flawed service, and somehow or other, through all the ups and downs, they're still accepting. Radharani's hand is still open, giving blessings, they're still accepting. When my daughter was, when Krishnangi and I, we have a daughter, Shruti Stara, and when she was born, there's a custom, certain time after the child was born, you have the first outing. It's one of the rites of passage, and so her first outing was to Radha Muralidhar's temple on Sharat Purnima. And Om Rishikesh Prabhu was the head pujari at that time. And we brought her before the deities. This was downstairs, and some of you remember when the altar was on the second floor. And we brought her before Radha Muralidhar and said a prayer. And Om Rishikesh Prabhu just saw her, and he saw us, and it was such a family mood. Everyone was just so happy. And Shruti Sara was like everyone's, it's like the community's baby. And Om Rishikesh just quickly took his little Achaman cup and spoon and sprinkled her and scooped her up and brought her and placed her at the lotus feet of Radha Muralidhar. So somehow or other, we're just praying to always stay at the lotus feet. Shri Shri Radha Muralidhar. Thank you. Excuse me. 2012. From the second floor up here.
2012.
Good question. Can you answer the question again?
He was asking, when did Shish Radha Muralidhar come upstairs? When did they walk up these stairs to the second floor so they came?
Shambharin, very good question. This is going to be answered. Where's Rasanath Prabhu?
Haribo.
Haribo, Rasanath Prabhu. Chaitanya Prabhu ki? From Muralidhar's baker
Very good one.
to Muralidhar's banker. Rasanath Prabhu ki? So we asked Rasanath Prabhu to come, and I'm just checking one more second glance, Hari Prasad Prabhu. This is a tag team. This is a dynamic duo here. Okay, he's doing it. He's ready. He's coming. All for service. Hari Prasad Prabhu ki? We're going to ask this dynamic duo whose heart are just here in the Bhakti Center. They're swimming in their love and their grace and their dedication. And this dynamic duo was here in the middle of this experience of previous being on the second floor to coming all the way up. And they may tell a story about the cow dung wall. I don't know where this is going to go. But they were both in the heart of the austerities of that time, which was pretty thick. So I'm going to ask them to both come. Rasanath Prabhu, Hari Prasad Prabhu, ki jai.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Vande Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanande Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharya Nirvishesha Shandivari Paschatya Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So I'll just pick up from where Ganesham left off. He was mentioning about the Brahmacharya ashram that existed on 4th Street, and then moved to 3rd Street, and then came over to the Bhakti Center. And I was very fortunate to be part of that association and see things from very close quarters. So when in 2005, August of 2005 was when the Brahmacharya ashram moved to this place, this building on the 6th floor. And I think it was Yagi Purush Prabhu, Radha Muralidhar Prabhu, Ganesham Prabhu, you were here, Keshavacharya, Gadadhar Pandit, I think. And then there were a few of us who were, yes, Yagi Purush Prabhu was here, yes. And a few of us were working outside and living in the building. And that was, I think, Hari Ramananda for some of us.
Raj.
Raj, that's right. And Gaur Shakti was here for a little while. Gaur Shakti Prabhu was here. And then it was Hari Prasad and myself. So I was at that time working on Wall Street as an investment banker. And it was a very intense job. I really wouldn't go into the details of it. But this was my home. So I worked on Wall Street and then came to the Brahmacharya ashram. And at that time, we were just learning how to do Pujari Seva. We had no really, we didn't do any kind of formal worship before that. So this was all very new for all of us. We were learning a lot of things.
We also had a lot of responsibilities in the building. And for me, at that time, my Sunday evening seva for Radha Muralidhar was very special. There was no one in the room. It was a long seva. You have to make the offering, then you have to do the arati, then you have to take off the Shringar Darshan clothing, and then you have to redress them. And then you have to make an offering again, and then you have to put them to sleep. So it was almost 4 hours, beginning to end. And it was shelter. And I felt so taken care of by Radha Muralidhar in that seva, in doing that seva. It felt very intimate at the same time, which was simultaneously scary and joyful. But there was an experience of real shelter. I can't explain many other words.
I first met the devotees when I was a student at New York University, not so far from here, in 2004, as part of the Vegetarian Cooking Club. And I was not, at that time, interested in anything spiritual. I was interested in vegetarian food and cooking. But Radhanath Swami eventually came and changed that for me. In 2006, he was the guest speaker just before I graduated at this cooking club, where I had somehow become an officer because I kept getting fed by them, and I felt like it's not good to be a taker, so I should give something back. I'll take on a little responsibility for the club. And I was asked to introduce him as the speaker of this Mountain of Food Festival, as it was called, a nod to Govardhan Puja. And between 2004 and 2006 was an interesting hazy time for me, where I was learning about Krishna consciousness without really knowing it. So I was hearing things like the fact that, for example, somebody who was very influential and very inspiring was passing away in Gita Nagari. Of course, that's Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. I didn't know who Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was at that time. It took me, in retrospect, to figure that out. And I was hearing about some change of management. That's how I understood it. In the building where the devotees had moved and were residing, I was connected with the brahmacharis. It was a brahmachari named Radha Muralidhar who was heading up the Vegetarian Cooking Club. So I was very intrigued, and I kept kind of vaguely keeping track of what was going on in a very distant way. And then I ended up moving in here, as Rasanath Prabhu mentioned, which was totally not the plan at all. The plan was to become a great, successful filmmaker. I'm always embarrassed to say I really wanted to see my name in lights. And Radha Muralidhar kiboshed that completely. I was first attracted to their devotees in the form of the brahmacharis, and it felt like in this building there was a centrifugal force of spiritual energy and a kind of joy that was so innocent and pure that I had never experienced. And I was really attracted. So I recognized that I think somehow I'm being pulled here more and more. And every time I would come, the brahmacharis were so kind as representatives of their lords, they would try to induce me to spend the night and be part of the morning program. And that was very special. It was very, very special. And I remember each time I would leave, a sort of conflicted feeling of, let me get out of here so that I can still have some material life. And also, but I'm not sure that I want to leave. So I was torn. And that tornness would follow me for a few years. Then I made this decision, very dramatic decision that worried my parents a lot. I was going to live here because I felt that the brahmacharis are having too much fun. And I don't want to miss out on that. So I also recognized that there's a certain window in my life that is never going to come again. I had just graduated from NYU Film, and I was very determined to pave my career, but I thought, I'm never going to really be able to backtrack once I do that. So this is the time where I could figure out if there's more for me to gain spiritually that will help me to spread a good message and become successful with merit, where I could offer something more to the world. So I took that opportunity. I moved in here, as Rasanath Prabhu alluded to. I was working outside. I was trying to earn a little something as a freelance writer, and also build up stories and a vision for the future. But I kept feeling that Radha Muralidhar were chipping away at that more and more and more. And eventually, the tornness went to one side, where I thought that I would get the best of both worlds by living in the brahmachari ashram, doing brahmachari training, and working outside. That's the best of both worlds. I realized it was the worst of both worlds. I couldn't actually give myself to either one, and I never felt like either was enough. So I was praying and praying and praying and getting a lot of counsel, and finally one day I realized I'm going to just dive in. I woke up with a certain clarity that I meant to be here fully, full-time, nothing else. And that was very powerful. And so I told that to Rasanath Prabhu and Radha Muralidhar Prabhu, who were my mentors, and they were celebrating. And I felt accepted by Radha Muralidhar. So it took a while for that to manifest because they wanted me to really long more to be a full-time brahmachari. So I worked outside for a number of months after that, and Radha Muralidhar, through the devotees, increased my longing in that way, and it worked. I really, really didn't want to be a part of the work world. Every time I went to work, I just felt like, this is terrible. I don't want to be with them. I don't want to be with the devotees. And so I spent several years as a brahmachari, and I got to witness many of the amazing pastimes of Radha Muralidhar, I guess. It's funny to think back. I mean, it's very strange for me to be up here speaking about them as if I have something to say about their lives and their being here. For me, this was just like yesterday, and yeah, but I guess I've gotten to see them move from the second floor to the third floor. I've gotten to see the changing of guard in so many different groups of devotees who have served them, and to experience so much of their care and so much of their teachings come in the form of the community, that I'm very grateful, honored, and humbled. And I would love for Rasanath if you would share something more about they're transitioning from the second floor to the third floor and everything that you have done in service.
Thank you. Radha Muralidhar have been very significant in pretty much all transitions in my life. And I would say the first major one was quitting my job in investment banking and moving into Brahmachari ashram, which was a 3.5-year process. And a lot of agony and nightmares about losing my material identity. And I was very attached to the notion of success, and still am. But there was a strong desire to serve and give what I had, whatever strength I had, fully to Krishna. And I remember in 2007, standing in front of Radha Muralidhar. I must say that Radha Muralidhar, when your prayers are sincere, they take that very seriously. I've experienced that not once, but several times. And I told them that if this is the last thing I do in my life, I want to give everything I have to serve you full time. And things happened. It was I'm not grateful. Well, not much. So I was able to then join full time in 2008, right after Hare Krishna, after joining full time, and there was a lot of work to be done here at that time. 4 floors were in legal battles, and the restaurant was just a complete dumpster. And we had a lot of work ahead of us to reconstruct the place under Radha Swami's vision and guidance. But we had no money. And in 2009, after we had gone through all the legal challenges, it was very symbolic because Mother Kamagiri kindly, through her grace, allowed Chota Radha Muralidhar to come back and join the Mongol deities, which was a beautiful festival. It was the first, 2009, we had Radha Muralidhar festival. Bhakti Sharu Maharaj was here, Radha Maharaj was here. It was a very joyous occasion. And at the end of the festival, Amnath Maharaj said, the lotus of Radha Muralidhar have finally bloomed in New York. I'll never forget that. And then started that was a very beautiful, blissful moment. You know, it's almost like a romantic moment, right? Where you feel like you have arrived. But little did I realize that it was all just starting. And the next phase of that was construction. And I mean, as a banker, I'd never touched construction ever in my life. But Radha Muralidhar wanted me to take on construction here, construction projects. And so I remember having created several blueprints. The initial idea that Maharaj had was to move the deities to the 6th floor and have a spiral staircase going all the way to the roof. And there were many ideas thrown around, and it was, we had to violate building codes in order to do that, which I wasn't so sure of. So I always felt very, very difficult and awkward to go and tell Maharaj, I don't think this is going to be possible. I won't go into the details. In 2010, I finally managed to get some architectural plans approved for the second and the third floor. So the third floor, which was a yoga studio and an apartment on the other side, was going to be remodeled into 2 open spaces. This was the first major zone that was going to be built. So we had started the demolition, everything was done, the plan was done, and Maharaj in December of 2010 was just about to leave the US back to India, and this was a construction zone. And Maharaj decided to chant japa here on this construction site. He was walking up and down and up and down. And then he sent a devotee up to call me. I was upstairs on the 6th floor and he came down. And then Maharaj, I was chanting japa, and he put his hand around me. And at that time I had understood that when Maharaj put his hand around me, something was coming. Something is there. It was definitely something exciting, but I didn't know how exciting it would be for me. So, and he was pacing with his hand on my shoulder, and he looked at me and said, "Today Radharani gave me a big inspiration." And then he said, "I think this should be the temple room." I didn't know what to do with it. Because all the plans had been made, and we were moving in a certain direction, and I had to go back to the drawing board. And then he started telling me ideas about how he would really like to keep the space very open to accommodate as many. I wish I had written down everything, a mental record of it. As many people as possible can be accommodated in this temple room. The whole design for this temple room happened in the span of an hour before Maharaj went to the airport. And then he specifically desired cowling walls. Now, I didn't know where cowling would come from. How to do it, no idea, absolutely no idea. I didn't do it. Anyway, it was a saga, it was a long story. And so at that time, then Maharaj called, the entire Brahmachari ashram was here. And Maharaj started discussing this idea with everybody, and everybody was really excited. And I was getting nervous based on the excitement, because there's just no way to say no to anything now, because a consensus had been built. And then everybody went back to their lives, so to say. And I had the privilege of dropping off Maharaj at the airport, and I came back, and I was just completely bewildered. Like, I had no idea how this would happen. I just went directly to the temple room. I stood in front of Radha Muralidhar, and I said, "There is no money. There's nothing we have. I have no idea how we're going to do this." And I said the same prayer that I said when I transitioned, but if this is the last thing I have to do, Krishna, please give me the intelligence to do this. And it was magical, because at that time, I won't mention names, but the community member walked into the temple room at that time. I was sitting in front of Radha Muralidhar. He came straight to me. I said, "I want to give a donation." And he gave me a check of $15,000. And I just realized, okay, this is on. This is on. So somehow we found, his name was Charlie, the person who helped us construct this entire place. And, we did a phenomenal job of figuring out how to put cow dung on these walls. And we also had to get the consistency right. It was not an easy project. The color, the consistency had to match Maharaj's walls in the Chapati temple. If you've seen the walls there, that was the idea, that was the vision. And so we had to send tiles to India to actually match the color and get the exact match. And to get the consistency right, and Maharaj also wanted it to look like it had been hand done, right? Very Vrindavan style. So it took and he was it was challenging, it was very challenging at times to work through all of it, but by Radha Muralidhar's grace. It manifested finally in 2010, October 2011 is when we finished the construction. And Radha Muralidhar were moved from the second floor to the third floor, October of 2011. The only other thing that I would say is we had 32 5-gallon buckets of cow dung in the summer of 2011. So you know what happens to cow dung in the summer?
Yes.
Right? It expands. There's methane gas that produces it. So we weren't sure how this would all work out. So overnight, there were 2 walk-in coolers downstairs in the basement. We emptied an entire walk-in cooler overnight and loaded it up with 32 5-gallon buckets of cow dung. And accidentally 2 buckets were left out. And the next day those buckets exploded. Because it's methane gas, they exploded. And even before the cow dung was on the walls, we have full experience, the entire building. Have cow dung abhishek. But that was just one detail in the construction that we experienced with here. Last week when Maharaj was here, we were just talking, and he said, he just looked at the cow dung walls and he said, the cow dung walls are still here. That just made me very happy. So he came from upstate New York. He came from some of it from the Bronx, and then Charlie was in the Bronx. And then he actually he got truckloads of it from the Ithaca area where there's a lot of farms to Bronx. And then from there we came here. Thank you.
Sasanath Prabhu, Hari Prasad Prabhu ki Jai. Hare Krishna. So we've made it to the village of Vrindavan, the cow dung walls, family picnic. We're all here, and we've got a wonderful caretaker to hear from now, who's been caretaking in this little village for quite a few years. So we're going to request His Grace Vasudev Prabhu to come and share a few stories, a few realizations, being Shri Radha Muralidhar's main caretaker for the last decade. Vasudev Prabhu ki Jai!
Om Gyanatindranasya Jnana Shalakya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ancha Kalpatarubhishcha Kripa Sindhubheva Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I came here in 2008. I was traveling with His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj. I was his personal servant for a year. I traveled with him to India for 6 months. And there was not a single trace of desire in my heart to ever come to the USA. My apologies. I'm becoming a US citizen soon. But at that time, I had no desire whatsoever. But Maharaj said, can you come? So then I said, okay, Maharaj, sure. If you come, I'll come with you. So I traveled with him. And on our travels, we came here to the Bhakti Center. At that time, the sanctuary with the Bhaktivedanta Ashram, Ganesham was here, Dayal Guranga was here, Rasana Prabhu was here, Hari Prasad Prabhu, Yagya Purusha, Gadadhar Pandit Prabhu, so many, and many. Venkata Bhatta was here, Om Rishikesh. It was actually a very nice ashram and a very nice community. Yadanath Prabhu and Ekanta Bhakti, Gaur Shakti. It was a very sweet. I've been, of course, I became a devotee in 1997, and I joined the temple in 1998, and I had many experiences on the way, but I was really impressed here by the caliber of the devotees and this kind of the sweetness of the mood here. So as my kind of tenure with Jayadvaita Maharaj came to an end, I had to choose like what would be the next, my next destination. And part of my travels, I spent a lot of time in Radha Gopinath Temple, even before traveling with Jayadvaita Maharaj. With some really nice friends there, and it was such a wonderful place. Remembering hearing from Radhanath Swami Maharaj there, and just some of the most amazing, transformative classes I've ever heard in my life. It was life-changing, hearing about the pastimes of Vritrasura from Maharaj, about the essence of Krishna consciousness and pure devotional service, and really, yeah, it changed my heart, changed my life. I remember one day I saw on the board of the Bhagavatam class the verse, Aham Hare Tav Padaik Mula Dasanu Daso Bhavitasmi Bhuya. Vritrasura is praying, when will I again become Das and Das? And I thought, and Maharaj is giving class on this verse, and to my knowledge, there's no other place in the Bhagavatam where this phrase appears, Dasana Das, and there's no better person to hear about this from Maharaj. So I sat in a class and I thought, I'm just going to hear like I've never heard someone before, and that class went very, very deep in my heart. So I had this strong attraction to Maharaj and his disciples, brahmacharis. That was the brahmachari at the time. So I felt like I want to kind of serve under Maharaj and with his disciples, because I felt very close with them. I really want to imbibe that mood of Das and Das and practice that very seriously. And so then Jayadvaita Maharaj, he kind of knew that he needed to stall me somewhere. So he actually took me here for that reason. He went to Europe for 2 weeks and he left here with all the devotees. And I had a very wonderful time here. That's actually where I started serving Radha Muralidhar. I had prior experience to serving the deities, which I'll come to. It was very interesting for me to see how the worship is going on, but Radha Muralidhar was so beautiful and so attractive and so astonishing, so sweet, and the sweetness manifest in the devotees here, and that really touched me. I remember I was going to join up again with Jayadvaita Maharaj. He came back from Europe, and then I was taking the bus to Hartford, and then Dal Grama Prabhu, he came with me, and he had like prepared a lunch packet for me, and I mean, it's that kind of love and friendship I never really experienced at that level. So it was more like, okay, brahmachari, a little rough, we get together, and we weren't like that sweetness I really found here in the devotees. So then I traveled more in March, and then Jaipur to March, then I came here. And then Radha Swami Maharaj came here, and Gadadhar Pandit Prabhu, he asked, come in the car, we're going to pick up Maharaj from the airport. So I was sitting in the car, and then he introduced me to Maharaj, and said that he's from Amsterdam, he's kind of looking where to go next, and he was already kind of having his eye on me to like catch me here from the ashram. And everybody knows Gadadhar Pandit. If he has his mind on something, then it's like not much which can come in between. So I was graced by his determination. And then I asked Maharaj, he said he's kind of figuring out what to do. And then I asked Maharaj, what do you think? And then Maharaj said, let me think about it for a minute. And he said, I think you should come to New York. And then I didn't think twice at that point. It was just like, okay. Within 2 weeks, I went back, got my visa, everything arranged really smoothly, and then I came here to stay. And it was like Har Prasad was saying, like just the brahmacharis here was having lots of fun all the time. Having ecstatic kirtans every morning, chanting japa together, and having lunch together, and doing all kinds of services together. It was really a joyful time. Anyone who's been at that time, they all think about it with some fondness. And then I got gradually more and more involved in the puja. Now, it was a little difficult for me because the deity kitchen was the 6th floor ashram, which was also like where the devotees washed their plates. And occasionally even brahmachari would like brush their teeth in that kitchen. And I came from my experience of worship was in Radhadesh, Radha Gopinath. Somehow I'm connected with all the deities who were installed like kind of outside of the regular protocols, let's say. Also beautiful and very sweet deities, and very, very high standards. Over all the years, among many challenges, they never compromised those standards. There were at some point 2 pujaris for Radha Gopinath in Radhadesh, cooking 6 offerings, 5 Mangal sweets, waking the deities, dressing 3 sets. 2. One of them was a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, the name is Nikunjavasini Mataji. And their dedication is just like, wow, out of this world. Such amazing devotees. And you know how she became a devotee? This goes back to my hometown, Amsterdam. She was observing the installation of Lord Jagannath by Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was chastising devotees left and right because it was such a mess in front of television cameras. This was like a PR disaster, but she was in the audience and her brother was a devotee. And she was so impressed by Srila Prabhupada because she saw many kind of smiling swamis. And he said, he's actually serious. And he doesn't care about public opinion. He's actually the real thing. So she became a devotee because of that. And so that's my experience of deity worship. Very high. You come on the altar in Radhadesh, that's where I received my first and second initiation by my spiritual master, Swami Maharaj.
Jai.
And I remember the first day I went on the altar there, and it was like a day I never forget. It was like entering the spiritual world. Like the sweetness from Radha Gopinath was just overwhelming. And the altar is spotless. It's just, everything has its place. It's just, yeah. So I came from that, and then so, but I was kind of just going with it, and at some point I was asked to kind of take on the responsibility of the service. That was, I think, in 2010. And So yes, I was happy to take on that responsibility because I was kind of looking for like a service I can really put my teeth into, and so I thought this is very nice. And then of course, when I took on that service, immediately the thought came like, how can I bring this from what it is to where it could be? So I met at that time, if we really, sometimes people praise us for being steady or being dedicated or this and that. If we really look honestly at the story of our lives and the choices we make, it's just so many stories intertwining with ours, so many people appearing in our lives, giving us sage advice and good instructions. So I met with Gauranga Prabhu, who gave me a few instructions. One thing he said, make a manual, get a bank account for the deities, and he said one more thing which I forgot. But I did all three of them. But these were very, very good instructions that immediately helped to start raising the standards. Very practical. Because once you have a manual, then immediately you have a standard. Now, anyone who's coming, you can personally train them in that standard, and then it gets solid. So that was a very, very good advice. Now, things gradually started to change here a little bit. It wasn't so blissful at some point. The ashram started to disintegrate, and it was getting very, very hard for me to kind of continue here. I was here with the blessings of my spiritual master. He said, you stay here at least 3 years. So I said, okay. So in 2011, my tenure was kind of over, and he didn't give me a specific instruction. He said, you can continue, or you can let me know what you want to do. So I was kind of, at that time, my spiritual teacher, His Grace Gopi Paranadana Prabhu, who I studied with in Govardhan for a few months, way back in 2001, he passed away. In 2011, I got that news, and it really shocked me because I had neglected a lot of the things he taught me. So at that time, I started studying again. I thought I should take this up again for his service. So then, we were going to Rutgers University, where Pradyumna Prabhu was teaching. So I started really getting into Sanskrit, and that kind of door started opening that, and I thought, okay, maybe I can serve in this part as well. So I started to get a little torn. Radha Muralidhar, or... So I was thinking, like, somehow let me try to do both, but it was a little hard. And when things really started to get a little bad here, then I approached Maharaj, and I kind of confided in him my difficulty. And Maharaj was very kind. He took me to this little balcony, and we sat down together. And then he kind of wasn't, Maharaj wasn't quite having it. My doubt is, of course, Maharaj is always so kind, but he was very strong urging me to continue because, as he told me, as he learned from Srila Prabhupada, that the way we practice Krishna consciousness is when we take up something, we see it through. That's what he learned from Srila Prabhupada. So, and then he said, but you can go, but I'm going to stay. So I'm like, all the verses down, sadhu down, so like, there was no choice, I just had to continue. Maharaj said at that time, like, I'm like a river, and whatever obstacles are there, I just try to flow around. And kind of, there's a lot of obstacles in this river here. So I took that to heart. Then also, everybody changed ashram at some point, because I'm the only person left, like all my friends are. So then at some point, I met my wife here actually. She was making garlands, and I was dressing. At one point we were cleaning the altar together, and somehow I knew, right in front of Radha Muralidhar, this is the person I will marry. By some inconceivable, arrangement. And I denied it at that point. I said, okay, I have to move on from this very quickly. But it was a little hard to do. At some point, when everybody else changed, I had to kind of make that choice, like, okay, I either have to shift or I have to continue. So that was the next obstacle, and I really prayed hard in Vrindavan. I went to Vrindavan, I really prayed hard. And at some point, one of my friends, he's a pujari for Krishna Balaram, and he said, like, come and dress Krishna Balaram with me. So for a few days, I was dressing Balaram in some inconceivable mercy. And I really felt Balaram kind of gave me strong to just continue. Serve Guru. Serve your spiritual masters. Just continue your service. So I thought, okay, I'll just continue. I did change ashram, and I thought, I had no hopes of ever continuing this service, but I kind of just took the plunge. And of course, changing ashram after 16 years of brahmacharya life is not easy. You're rooted in an identity and a way of life. It's not hard to change. And deep in my heart, I never wanted to give up this service. So it was this dilemma of like, okay, I need to move to this new stage, but at the same time, I want to continue this service. So, and since then, just before that also we had raised the standards. Like we had like we actually started to manifest like a full deity worship standard of having 6 offerings, 6 artis. Maharaj so kindly sent some of his brahmacharis to help out. So finally the vision was starting to become fulfilled. And so then it was like really making that choice. And at some point, I did start to kind of do some studies and make some arrangement that I should probably, invest in myself in some ways. But I was getting pulled back again and again and again in like full-time service. So at some point I just told the management, like, just tell me what you want to do. Like, if you want me to continue, I'll continue. I just need like a little place to live and so on. So they said, okay, that's okay, we'll take care of you. So, I'm so grateful that I've been able to just continue that service. Now I got to a point where, and again, so many devotees inspired me in this. I'm thinking of one person, his great Janani Vas Prabhu. Of course, all pujaris, they look at Janani Vas Prabhu as the most glorious, the example we all want to live up to. That's, when you see Janani Vas Prabhu, you just see someone who is fully sold out to the deities in this most sweet manner. Like he lives in a relationship with his deities, with Radha Madhava. And I don't think there was ever a thought in his heart of leaving Radha Madhava. So I asked him once, Prabhu, did you ever make a vow to serve Radha Madhava for the rest of your life? Because my spiritual master also told me that a real pujari never leaves the deity. If you want to become a real pujari, you never leave your deity. This is hard. So I asked him, did you ever make a vow like that? And he said, no. Srila Prabhupada, I was in Calcutta, and I wanted to become absorbed in devotional service. And then Prabhupada sent me to Mayapur. And I was in charge of Radha Madhava, doing all the service. So I was completely absorbed day and night. And I thought, this is the fulfillment of my desire. So then he said, this is what he said. So I just put on my blinders. I just focused. And I thought, okay, this is So then I also took to heart. Then just no more plans. Just serve Radha Muralidhar. And the reciprocation from Radha Muralidhar is so amazing, because every spiritual desire was fulfilled. I could still learn Sanskrit. My spiritual master, he was on the other side of the world, he never came here. He got pulled here into New York, so I got to serve with him as well for the last few years of his life, where our relationship blossomed in the most beautiful way. I was always longing for Vrindavan and Govardhan where I lived. So my spiritual master, in his passing, he bestowed upon me his Giriraj Shiva. Only because of Radha Muralidhar's mercy. Without having done that service, he would never have done that. So I always feel connected with him. And I'm always at Govardhan by his mercy. I could learn Sanskrit from Pradyumna Prabhu. And one day, Jayadvaita Maharaj, she approached me and said, I want to do a project. I want to translate I want to do a book on the Katha Upanishad. I want you to translate it, I'll write the commentary. And then at one point he said, like, you just write the commentary and I'll edit it. So I'm finding myself, I'm not a very good Sanskrit scholar, like I'm average at best. And now I'm finding myself writing, trying to follow with all my discrepancies the footsteps of Srila Prabhupada, looking at different commentaries, writing for Jayadvaita Maharaj, trying to pass his scrutiny, which is very difficult, and then he's editing my work, which is like, Srila Prabhupada's personal editing. And the only thing I can think about how is this possible, because I really don't know what I'm doing. It is just Radha Muralidhar's reciprocation. For a little bit of service, they just give so much. And of course, one of the most difficult things in New York is finding a place to live, which is affordable. Another obstacle along the way. During COVID, all the rents went down, so Radha Muralidhar gave us a place at 300 East 3rd Street. So I rented that apartment for a very cheap price, something affordable for me and my wife's means. And then I later found out that on 302 East 3rd Street, that's where all the brahmacharis would live. So then we signed a lease for 1.5 years. Then they increased our rent by $1,600. So we were like back, okay, let's rent some studio. And then my wife was praying, like, Radha Muralidhar, if you really want us to serve you, kindly just give us a place. So we had applied for a Stuytown lottery. Stuytown is like just a few blocks down there. And so we were about to rent something, and then we get notice. Like, we have an apartment for you, you can move in. So, and for, like, our rent is like 1/3 of the market rate. Like, it's very difficult to get these. The Stuytown is a large block. It's like, it goes all the way from 14th Street to 22nd Street, from First Avenue all the way to Avenue C. So I could be all the way, and they just give you an apartment anywhere. You just have to take it or leave it. So we could have been on Avenue C and 22nd Street, which was like a half an hour walk. Still okay, fine. But Radha Muralidhar, they gave us a place on 14th Street and First Avenue, the building closest to the Bhakti Center. And this is not where the story ends. This is the building where Venkata Bhatta grew up. I sometimes run into his dad in the elevator, And that's where he baked his muffins for Radha Muralidhar. So we found over the years, another thing which always happens that Marge, he joked with me one time, you may have seen the James, he's the belt maker from the building. He's there day in, day out, rain or shine. He does his thing there. He's a very nice man, actually. He's very philosophical, too. And once Marge joined, joked, like, he's the most steady person at the Bhakti Center. But there will be a lot of changes. And the pujaris, it's like, they come, and they have their story with Radha Muralidhar, and they go. And many times I found myself, okay, this is how much I can do. This person is doing 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours. How will I? And always, I had 3, 4, I don't know how many times, the moment one person leaves, somehow out of the woodwork, some other person he sends to help with the service. It's just been an amazing experience of reciprocation with Radha Muralidhar. Just from the one decision to just say, okay, I'm just trying to focus on this. And then by their mercy, everything is just, the Bhakti Center blossomed so much. Still some obstacles, but so many nice devotees are here. So many nice servants of Radha Muralidhar. Such a wonderful community with so many sincere devotees. It's just been an immense gift to be able to serve them. So my eternal gratitude to His Holiness Radha Swami Maharaj for encouraging me and protecting me, and even chastising me with all the care in His heart to keep me focused. And the prayers of Mother Kamagiri, I feel like probably I'm just here by her prayers, and I'm continuing my service only by her prayers. From a distance, she's always praying for us. She's always praying for Radha Muralidhar and to Radha Muralidhar. So we feel by your blessings it's been possible, and of course by the blessings of Srila Prabhupada. Radha Muralidhar is always looking at 26 2nd Avenue. And to be here in this space where Srila Prabhupada walked the streets is just always so special. And in this space, never has been shown so much compassion in the history of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, or Vaishnavism practically in history, in this very area. And the deities who manifest here in this area, you can only imagine how compassionate they are, how soft they are, how tolerant they are. And they've tolerated so much, and they continue to tolerate so much, and they continue to tolerate me with all my foolishness and very shallow devotion. My offerings, it's very small. But they're kindly tolerating, kindly accepting, and kindly bestowing their mercy to so many all the time.
Just going to the front.
I just want to give a little acknowledgement, and I'm sorry to go over time. I hope we can go over. I want to give a little acknowledgement here for the beautiful altar decorations. First of all, it's a very special dress. We had a meeting some weeks ago, or some months ago, with Mother Kamagiri, and she said we should have a blue dress. And then Mother Prema Mayi, and we have a big applause for Mother Prema Mayi is in her 80s. 86 years old. 86 years old. She's taking care of her husband, who has some health issues, and she sewed this entire dress. How inspiring. And then so many pujaris have worked for weeks, Nandini Radhika and Nayana Manjari and Sonali and Sora, making all these beautiful decorations. It's depicting Krishna playing the flute.
Were there like 3 flutes up there?
Yes, he has a flute in his belt, he's playing a flute, Radharani is holding a flute, and even Shalagam Shila, he's manifesting Muralidhar form. And all the animals, the cow, the deer, they all mesmerized hearing Krishna's flute. The birds go in meditation, the cows are crying tears, the deer are looking with great affection. The peacock is starting to dance and offering peacock feathers to Muralidhar. And Yamuna, you see here, is offering with the arms of her waves, she's offering lotus flowers to Krishna's lotus feet. And her waves are going in whirlpools, being in ecstasy, hearing the flute of Krishna, Muralidhar. And he's standing under the Vamsivata tree. See, the whole altar is turned into a tree. So Krishna is standing under the Vamsivata, playing the flute, attracting the gopis and attracting all of us. So in this age, the flute is manifesting as the mridanga, so wonderfully played by this amazing family.
Haribo.
So thank you so much, and now we'll have more kirtan. We'll hear Krishna's flute through the mridanga. Hare Krishna.
Haribo.
Vasudev Prabhu ki jai. One more big round of applause for Vasudev. Put on the blinders. Let's put on the blinders. Full devotion, full hearts. In just a few minutes, let's all get together and have some prasad as well. Prasad will be served in the second floor for everybody that hasn't had it yet today. Please, everybody get down there, have the prasad. But I don't know, this kirtan says it's only going to go to like 7, and then there's a arti at 8:30. I'm shutting off this mic. My job is done. Kirtan is happening. Let's all get together and reunite with our eternal family again through the kirtan. Thank you so much. We begin Kata again tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. His Holiness Radha Muralidhar has agreed to speak at 11 o'clock a.m. And there's some more interesting festivities that happen after that as well. So thank you all so much. Hare Krishna.
Oh, good. How are you doing? Good?
You did it.
Hare
Shri Shri Radha Muralidhar 50th anniversary Mahamahotsav K! All the assembled Vaishnavas K! Nitai Gaura Premanande! Thank you all so much for coming here this evening. That concludes tonight's festival, although in just over an hour, 8:30, there will be Shayan Darshan and Arti, for those that like to burn the midnight oil in Krishna consciousness, although it's quite early still. But you're welcome to come for kirtan. There's prasad downstairs on the second floor. We'd like to please invite Srila Prabhupada's disciples to take prasad down there. We have a private room for you. And we'll start again tomorrow, 10 a.m., Katha and Memories of Sri Radha Muralidhar. His Holiness Radhanath Swami will be speaking as well at 11 o'clock. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna!